Okay, everything in order. Hello, Lamadite. How are you doing today? How's it going? That's okay. I can't do anything about the ads, unfortunately. But yeah, how is it going today? I meant to start earlier, like over an hour ago, and I got super distracted, as is normal for me. It is all too easy to get distracted talking with people or something. And it's like, oh, I meant to do things ages ago, and then I didn't do them. But that's okay. We're here now. I think it's less that, and it's more I can very easily get wrapped up into a conversation or subject, or I'll start thinking about something and then I just get 100% derailed with working on that or looking into things about that. And it's just like, oh, and then I'll finally get back on track and it's like, oh, I forgot everything. That's more like what I'm saying. Alright, anyways, we have some Diablos to do. I was doing Diablos last stream, working on getting the Diablos armor, because I wanted it, and we just really needed 2 more Twisted Horns. I was like, alright, we'll just do 2 more Diablos. I was tired, but I thought that'd be okay. And then I got a rare drop of the Majestic Horn. I was like, I don't want to do 2 more still. So I stopped. And that's the goal right now. We're gonna get 2 Diablos Horns. Probably I'll restock on Stake first. Something like that. It's Monster Hunter 1. I would not be surprised if it's even rarer than that. And then, yeah, so we'll restock on Stake. Then we'll get those horns, make the armor, and probably go back to the online hub tonight. Because that's really the main thing I need to do in the village at this point. Yeah. The horns are... Majestic Horns are... and other rare Diablos horns are kind of rough. The tuning? When you say the tuning, do you mean like the audio level between my voice and the game, or the actual sound of MH1? Hello, STB. Oh, okay, yeah. When you said tuning, my mind immediately jumped to audio because, you know, gotta tune your instrument and all that. Yeah, drop rates are very rough in Monster Hunter 1. Very much so. Very much so. How much did I get there? 7? That's fine, honestly. That's fine. Very good. Psychotic. Bum bum ba 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 bum bum. Hello, Derp. I'm trying to do it just by timing. I'm not looking at the screen right now. It's just I'm curious. That was not good. No! This is actually hard, never mind. I pressed the wrong button. Alright, enough looking away. That doesn't work that well. Burned my meat 3 times in a row. That didn't work out. Alright, I need more than just 5, I think. Let's go get some more. Let's cycle it out. Oh, come on, no meat. It's kind of warm today, I agree. A bit warmer than I would like. This is good enough. Dang it. Yay, timings. That's fine. Hello, Stray. I'm doing good. Hello, corridor. right at the start of the stream today. You want to complain about it? Like, are you not enjoying it now? I'm just gonna sell all that stuff. Okay, there's just one thing. That's fair enough. Spoiler chat might be the place to do that then. In the Discord, you know. You. Alright. Yes! Yes, we do. I do not ever go in the spoiler chat. It is specifically for things that aren't able to be talked about on stream. Stray's already in the Discord, Derp. Alright, hopefully we only need to do 2 monoblows today. It's me, that's what it is. Thanks for giving me a good laugh. I appreciate it. It's really just the same thing, so. Yeah, it's true. I generally do not outwardly express a ton of emotion. Oftentimes, I don't know. Most of the time, I feel like I'm fairly neutral in tone / reserved. Yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood right now, and it was just very amusing how you wrote that. Ah, he's here. Rip. That's less than desirable right now. Okay. I'm amazed I managed to block that. Stupid. I'm trying to get rid of the Gen Prey because of this. This very reason right here. No! Rip. Oh, that had a hitbox that didn't send me anywhere. I can't see. I can't see. Me and my partner probably both will, Derp. Although, I feel like I want to see more from it before I commit to that for sure. Ah, the dig. These Gen Prey have got to stop. I couldn't get away because of the Gen Prey. There's a reason why we always get rid of Gen Prey in an area before fighting things. It's so bad dealing with them. I feel like I got a bit lucky getting away with that. Poke. Yep, slid out of the way of the dig. Very good. I wish I could pause so I could respond to someone. It's really hard to type while fighting a Diablos. Can I just say that? I just want to make that clear. Hello, Genius. How are you doing? No. Diablos is just Monoblos that's slightly stronger. So, as long as you're careful. I hate that move so much. Time to sharpen. Hello, Thai food. Hello, Big G. Got stepped on. Oh! Dang wind press. Right into the ditch. Our goal right now. 2 Monoblos horns. 2 Monoblos horn thing. I've been fighting too much Monoblos. 2 Diablos horns. If we can get 2 Diablos horns, we'll probably move to the online hub for the rest of stuff tonight. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Yeah, sometimes it's just like that. Monster Hunter 1's hitboxes, especially with tails, like especially with tail hitboxes, are not obvious for how they should work. Like that move right there, you have to block behind you, like away from Diablos. If you're standing behind him, like it's swinging back and forth, you have to block in reverse. The origin of the tri-piece sandwich. Somebody posted it. I thought it was amusing, and I made it an emote. There you go. That's it. Yeah, there's nothing special behind it. I just thought it was a very silly thing, and because it was something silly that amused me, I wanted to, you know, make sure it was still there, I guess. That's all. Please stop it! Oh, okay. That's fine too. Come out. Come out, please. Not the best poke there. Stop running back and forth, please. I can't do anything when you're doing this. Just kind of waiting my turn. Getting that horn off, come on. Nope, not quite. Come on, horn. There we go. I just want to get the tail. Also, Derp, did you put the card in? I was distracted with thinking of other things and I don't remember. I do not recall. That's bad. That could have been worse. Thank you. That was fun. Stop stepping on me. I hate how far back that reaches. I have noticed Diablos is a lot harder to knock down by poking the feet compared to Monoblos. Yeah? I don't even know how to respond to that. I needed that run thing. Oh, the RARs. Yes, I also have not seen this. I know about it, but I don't know anything more than that. And down. Poke. Detailed. Interesting walk into the dig like that. Oh, he's gone. Okay. He gone. That is also an interesting question. Stronger than anyone? That's a big statement to be making. Okay, will they dig through the floor? Honestly, I feel like the solution to this question is to stay on the bed, so they can't climb up. Go for bed and just stay on the bed, and if they can't get to you, you're fine. Just like in Monster Hunter 1, if you're on the ledge, they can't get to you. I assume the principle would be the same here. Stay on the bed. Nice. That hurt, but nice. Alright, so hopefully we'll get the Diablos, the Twisted Horn, and we'll have to do one more, and then we're good. Oh, whoa! I approve of oh, whoa. Hello. Hello, P-Boz. What's a name? Hello, Shun, Nathaniel. Welcome to oh, whoa, and ooh, woo. Or something like that. Do you know this person, Typhood? Thank you, Shun. Twisted Horn? Good, we just need one more Twisted Horn now. Anyways, yes, hello, welcome. Thank you for stopping in. What were you up to today with the stream? I don't think I've ever seen your name before, so I'm curious about you now. It is a new, you know, a new person exists in the world or something. I think we already have enough Diablo shells. I can just sell those. I really just need the Twisted Horns. Random hunts and GU. Very good. Very good. I honestly do miss GU. Although I dug out GU last night so I could test something with Adept for somebody, and it felt so weird. I was like trying to use my right, like I wanted to use the right stick to attack and the D-pad to move the camera, and everything felt so bad. It was just all wrong. And it's like, oh my gosh, I forgot how terrible it is going from first and second gen stick attacks to modern Monster Hunter. It's a lot easier going from that back to this than from going from this forward to that, I have to say. Yeah, I honestly have just such a Gen 1 / DOS better. Anyways, yeah, hello peoples. Hello. Hello. Alright, we got one more Diablos to do. I'm working on making Diablos armor. In Monster Hunter 1, Monoblos and Diablos only have a head, torso, and arms. There's no waist or legs for some weird reason. And I just need one more horn. And then I'm going to go back to the online hub. Monster Hunter 1 has been a really good experience, honestly. Yeah, I've definitely... So, like, Freedom Unite, though, P-Boss, is still closer to modern Monster Hunter. Because you have you attack with the buttons, right? And in DOS and Monster Hunter 1, you have the right stick attack going on. So, it was feeling weird for me to even use buttons to attack when I was poking at GU earlier. Oh, Gormew. Good name. I approve of the Gormew. Welcome. Alright, do the usual thing, clear out the small monsters that we can. It was a thing in Gen 1 and Gen 2, PS2, Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter DOS, which was Japan only, had the same mechanic with the right stick attack. And it felt really, really weird at first. And now my view on it is that Capcom should have stuck with it and expanded on it. I feel like they should have developed and fleshed it out more. That's partially because I think playing Monster Hunter and attacking like you were like more complex weapons, feeling like you're playing a fighting game, would be really interesting. You know, like how in traditional fighters you have rotations and, you know, and like chains of movements to get to different things. And I'm just like imagining how that would work with something like Charge Blade. Things where you have lots of options in any given point or something. I don't know. Maybe someday. I can't get to you, please. Don't stand there. Okay. Looks like Monoblos is in Diablos. Looks like Diablos is in 10. Okay. Nope. Come back here. Come back here. You know, that's a fair point. Although Cuckoo shells are also probably still pretty hard, right, Derp? Oh, just out of reach. Like, it's quite possible to bounce your weapon on a Cuckoo if your sharpness is bad. And I feel like your hand would not have very high sharpness levels. Yeah, a slap, though, is different than a kick. That's true. That's also true. Guess who doesn't have large bombs? Doesn't matter though. We can just poke it instead. Don't even need bombs. Who needs bombs? Ah, of course that did it. Oh, really? That still hit me? Yes, you can. However, Typhoon, that will only work as long as it stays in 10. Once it leaves 10, you guys gotta deal with it elsewhere. I hate how much reach that tail has. Bug, please. Bugs! I was getting body blocked by both bugs at once. So I couldn't move. I'm gonna die. Yep. Those bugs were actually being the worst right there. Actually the worst. There's 300 Gormute, which is honestly a pretty reasonable amount of cards. Only 300 feels more accurate, yeah. In comparison, during our 900... So we're about 100 hours into Monster Hunter 1 now. Ish. Hello, Alpha. Doing good. We have like a little over 900 hours on GU and over 5,000 cards. So... I'd say only 300 is pretty alright. I will check. List of things, where are you at? 1,283. What? No! Come out! Ouch. No. GU had 5,000 something. Rise was 1,116. And GU was 5,134. Yeah, okay. These bugs, I have not done For You on stream yet. For You is, as of yet, nothing. And area change, okay. Fine. Yeah, we'll definitely get to it eventually. It is a planned thing to do. It's more that we just never got to it yet. I have played For You in the past, so when we do For You, it will be not blind at all. If anything, it'll just be hazy memories because it's been so long since I've done For You. But it is planned. This is Typhoon, yes. I did not have the setup I needed to do this off of proper hardware like I would prefer to. And I definitely can't afford that at the moment. I'm just gonna say that making them Anthro made the whole scenario a lot less interesting. I prefer my creatures feral. No, I was trying to turn the block, but it's too fast when it's enraged. It's too fast when it's enraged. I don't like it. Really? That still hit me, huh? We're taking a beating on this one. He just wants to dig so much. that's got so much reach. Hey, Duck. Been a bit. Hope you've been keeping well. Hopped out of the way. Detailed. I love how the tails just sometimes just slide along the ground. It's very amusing. Too high. Bonk bonk. A whetstone? I mean, whetstones are pretty cool, honestly. I would take a whetstone. If I want a stone, I just go outside and pick one up. This is not yellow sharpness, this is green sharpness, Sideblade. Yellow sharpness in Monster Hunter 1 has no glow, and green sharpness has a yellow glow. Don't ask me why this is, because I don't know. Yep, knew that was gonna happen. I would still take the whetstone, because a whetstone is at least a finished, usable product, whereas ore is still just another rock that I wouldn't know how to do anything with. I'm gonna die. Nope, he left. Perfect timing to leave. You can, like, you know, sharpen kitchen knives with a whetstone. That's pretty useful. They're not, in real life, they are much more than just a single-use thing like this. I know you're down here somewhere. I don't know where that is. Yeah, you can see there's green, yellow, orange, red. I don't know. There we go. Now we know. I'm amazed I didn't get hit by that dig. That's honestly surprising. Hello. Kitty Hikaru. Wait. I was thinking you might be someone else I know, but no, they have a different name that's very similar. Hello and welcome, though. And thank you for— whoa, there's a roar? Thanks, Bug. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. The bug actually saved me from the roar there. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's the case in this, Big G. Yeah, Lao was the first one to stop in today. We occasionally drop in on each other's streams. Right into the dig. Okay, you gotta be close. Anyways, yeah, welcome. No, Bug, please. No, please, Bug. Right into the enrage again. I might take a hit here. Yep, definitely took a hit there. Oh? So when you say you got over fear monsters so you don't loathe having to fight them more than once? Can you like go into a bit more detail? Like what do you mean like not minding having to fight things over and over? Or that was a hit. I am actually in danger of dying. I don't want to triple cart on what would be the last Diablos tonight. Stop! We are almost dead already. Stop digging. Stop digging. I've only carted one more. I've carted twice on this hunt, so I don't know how many you've added. No. No, 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 no. Stop it. Weren't you already enraged? Oh my gosh, that was so scary. He's so close. And he just wants to keep digging. The dig is so threatening at this level of health. Yeah, do that. No, all the whiffs. Don't kill me. I am legitimately worried on this hunt. It's very close. I hate how much reach that had. That was a hitbox. Okay. We're fine. I really didn't like that hit. Alright, we should be good now. Unless we get a Majestic Horn, in which case we'll have to do another one. But we'll see. Let's see. You didn't enjoy fighting monsters in the game all about fighting monsters, and yeah, I guess you learned to enjoy that. That's cool. Okay. Twisted Horn. Okay. We should be done fighting Diablos now. Okay. Yeah, you'll learn. You'll appreciate it someday, eventually, maybe, perhaps, probably. Okay. So we're gonna box those. Box those. Sell the Diablo's tails. Sell those. Okay, Diablo Helm. We need all of our Twisted Horns. We need 3 Diablo shells, some Acolyte. We need 5 Diablo shells. We need 8 Diablo shells and 40 small monster bones. Okay. Hello, Black Wolf. It has been. We need 8 Diablo shells, all of the Twisted Horns, 3 Acolyte, which we honestly need to restock. 40 small monster bones, which does mean we can move that up as an adjustment. I'll probably end up selling my Diablo shells until it's... I don't know. We'll see. I'll hold on to them. Yep, 300 was hit just a little bit ago. Okay. Time for new armor. So Diablo's armor has less defense than Monoblos does. We're still gonna make it though. So, this looks pretty similar to Monoblos armor, it's just, you know, Diablos. What do we get? That's definitely an attractive skill, I have to say. Anti-wind, in a game where wind pressure is so rough. Anti-wind. Okay. Well then, that's an actually useful skill. Alright, so we'll probably go between these a fair bit. I can see using Diablos on a lot of monsters, and I can see using Monoblos on ones where wind press is less of a thing. But not having to deal with wind pressure could be really, really big, honestly. You cannot. No, you have to make the armor. That's one of the things about this game, is like, you don't get to know what you're going to get out of something until you've made it. Monoblos gives you attack up large, negate stun, and I've been stunned twice in it, even though it says negate stun, and hunger 50% faster. So like if I swap those, no skills. As far as I know, this is just a thing in Monster Hunter 1. Because I know Dose had the normal skill points that we were used to up till 4th gen. Anyways, time to go to the hub. Time to go online. I would bet that you'd probably just want to go to something like GameFAQs or something for Monster Hunter 1 info. GameFAQs is probably your best bet for older games like this. Okay, spoiler chat. There you go. Thanks, BG. I have no idea what's in the spoiler chat, so that's good. How do letters work? Okay, and here's where I blank it out. Oh, nope, never mind. Let's try it again. I take it back, I mess up. I mess up. I just assumed it would be good, and I just turned it on again, and I was wrong. There we go. There we go. Yes, they are indeed. This is a privately hosted server for people that want to play still. I beat you to it. But yeah, you can connect to the private servers on emulated or original hardware. Either or. Both of them are options. So you can still have the old experience. Alright. Diablos. Do I want to just jump in with a Diablos or do something else? I've had enough of Bloses lately, honestly. Let's do a Gravios. I've had enough of dealing with Blos. And this is one where wind pressure is not really a concern. Is it? Well, it's a bit of a concern. Like when it does its jump, it has wind press. But that's not a big enough concern for me to care. So I'll go for the attack up meal, or the attack up armor. Hello, Ray. It's been going pretty good. Alright, we're gonna try a new meal this time. Okay. Western parsley and snake salmon. For you is real good, for sure. What a well-rounded flavor. Plus 25 stamina. Okay. I'm gonna need to restock on steaks. That's okay, we can do that. We'll worry about that later. I'll just buy a couple more. I'll buy some more whetstones. Honestly, just sell those to get them out of my inventory. Yes. Most likely, they're definitely intentional parts of monster designs. Oh, it's a sale day. Nice. No, there's more to that. Oh, right, I was gonna buy armor charm because I can afford that to go with the power charm. I just remembered. We have 76 defense at the moment. 81, so 5. 5 defense, that's definitely not a bad increase. Cool. And we'll grab some hot drinks, just in case we end up fighting him in the cave, which is, you know, not improbable. We have Diablos info now. I'm not buying the other things in there until we fought them. So the Monoblos is a subspecies of Diablos, apparently. Wait, is there no Monoblos info? Huh, there really isn't. So I guess, because of the lack of Monoblos info, if you were playing through... I don't know. I was just gonna say maybe it's to tell you to try to look for it more or something, but no. Because if you play through the village, you're gonna fight Monoblos anyways. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's do a Gravios. Yeah, ping. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Was responding to a Monster Hunter comment in a thing. Okay, anyways. Probably not Stray. Maybe at the end of everything, but I don't have any plans for it. Also, that would mean you would have to go through dealing with all of this too, to get there in the first place, you know? Right. Gravios. Gravios. I'm pretty sure the old school Discord would not be a fan of that. I'm not sure what their stance is on things like that, though. Alright, where's Gravios even at? No, wrong one. Dang it. Area 9, okay. area? No. Well, at least we have a better lance than before. Because you said so here. Dang! Gen Prey. No, I wanted to move out of the way, but I couldn't. I hear them still. No camera, please. No, I tried to back hop and I side hopped. Oh no. They respawn here. I have to deal with Gen Prey respawning in this area. I just saw one jump down from the upper area. You don't get to deal with no Gen Prey. Oh, I'm not pleased with that. Okay, bye-bye, Big G. I forgot that that has a big hitbox. Okay. Not looking great for me. I forgot how big Diablo or Gravio's attacks were. Hey, Shaded. No, he went into the tailspin and I was too far away. I'm sad. Alright, well if I fail to do it again, I'm just not gonna bother trying to get rid of the that's water, that's not the right way to go. Trying to get rid of the Gen Prey. Yeah, I will, don't worry. I generally wait a bit to see if Derp will do it, or to let the stream catch up with. Like, if I do it right away, the stream delay means that you'll see the cart before I actually have it occur to me. So. You know. You know. Yeah, but I mean, I can try to at least offset a little bit of it. Sing praise. Poke, poke, poke. Dang it. I can't do anything when he slides into an area transition. Okay, there's our chest break. Also, I think the Gen Prey might actually have stopped respawning. I just thought they wouldn't because they were hopping in over the border. Stupid pig. I got put to sleep because the pig bounced me and I dropped my guard. Hit me. Thank you. At least he saved me from it. At least he saved me from it. I need to sharpen. Charge at me. Sleeping pig? I didn't know that it would put enemies to sleep because the Vespoids didn't get put to sleep by it. No! I thought he was going to go farther, but there was a wall and I just walked into him. Couldn't see because I was against the wall. Rip pig. Hello, Sparkle Wolfie. Just gotta take it careful. Take it careful, take it slow. This is where the wind press could be nice. Right here. Woke up for water. That's a good reason to get up, I guess. Watering yourself. I back hopped into that tail. Oh well, he got up instantly. I wasn't expecting that. Got stepped on. Can't see anything. Lucky they missed me. Alright, I've got to sharpen again. I can probably just sharpen now while he's flapping down again. Okay, into the charge again. Luckily we have a lot of experience fighting. I can't see anything. I really can't. This is a terrible position. I can't see! There's like a log in the way. Oh my gosh. Get me out of here. Yeah, that was so bad. There was just log in the way. And I just couldn't do anything. I'm amazed I blocked that. Gonna fall on me. Gonna get up right away, because that's what he does apparently. I have no stamina. That's okay, because he's flying. He's flying. Just take it slow. Falling over. Tried to poke the tail there. That's bad. That's bad. Could have been worse. My stamina's getting kind of low because of the hunger on this armor. I honestly thought he'd leave the area at some point. Maybe he will still, but I don't know. He's just content to fight me here. Okay, I gotta sharpen again. Luckily, it's a pretty safe thing to do on this fight. Watch out for the wall next to us. It was going to happen eventually. He's going to rotate and I was a little too far away. Little too far away. That's an unfortunate second card. Still just chilling in 9. You feel like GU and Rise Lances are off after Living in World. That's an interesting take. That's not one I have heard myself, honestly. Okay, so what appealed to you about World Lance specifically? Ignoring GU for the moment because it's a previous generation's Lance. I can't see anything. Okay. And did something about GU or World or Rise feel noticeably different to make you feel off about that then? Like, I'm just kind of like exploring where your thoughts are going with this. What if you don't use evade arts? If you ignore absolute evasion and readiness entirely, which is what we did for our GU playthrough, we had them banned. I personally think the absolute evasion and readiness arts are not... Why? Why would you have to play out of plants? Yes, out of plants is a style and a fun style, but it's not required. We did Valor Lance. Striker is extremely popular in GU due to its really strong lance charge poke. If you mean I think you mean Adept here, because Adept is the one where you don't have to have guard plus 1 or 2, and if you get the timing right, then it just counters. But you don't have to play Adept Lance. You can still do counter Lance without playing Adept. I want to actually link you something, Genius. I'm gonna link you something right now. Guild Lance is Guild Lance. See, the thing is with Lance is, whereas normally Guild is the how the weapon has been in the past, roughly, right? In Generations in GU, they gave Lance a heavy poke, so the third poke is a heavier triple hit. So in this case, Striker Lance is closer to what Guild Lance would have been. And Striker Lance also has a really strong charge finishing poke. But aside from that, it's just what you'd expect. Okay. I want to share this with you, Genius. Give this a look. This is a showcase of Valor Lance in a arena versus Deadeye Garuga. And I think it shows off, like, they still do use absolute evasion or readiness or whatever, because that's what's given to them. But I think it shows off a rather fun way, a fun and different way of running Lance. See, I don't even know if I'd agree with that, Pork, because I hardly use the charge attacks. We lanced a fair bit in Rise, and I kind of just didn't really use the charge. I used it occasionally, but it wasn't a core part of the weapon's flow for me. So, why is countering less intuitive than blocks? Countering functions the same in that it's R plus A or whatever. After an, you know, just in general. The counter functions the same, you know, in that you can do it after, you can do it. I think the main difference in the world is you can counter after your triple poke, your third poke on world, and you can't in 4th gen. Which would contribute perhaps to some of the flow that you'd be expecting, I guess. Bone, flame sack, we'll sell this, we'll sell those. Box that. Was World your first entry, or just your first time you worked with Lance? Or neither? First Lance, okay. And given that I was able to use Lance successfully and didn't ever time out with it, I don't agree. You know, that's just me. Fleeciothu. Not right now. Serios? Rathian. Let's do a Rathian. Let's go grab our greatsword. Let's try our new Diablos armor out with the greatsword. Is it? I'm trying to think if we ever had an issue with that. No. I think we did have some really close hunts, but I can't remember exactly. Okay, we definitely had hunts go longer than that. Although, are you talking purely solo play or including multiplayer? Right, we're doing Rathian. Flashes? Got some. Okay. Then our experiences are apparently pretty different, because, no, we definitely had some hunts that took a while. That were challenging. Perhaps partially contributed by my refusal to heal and not use green birds or prison birds or whatever, and things like that. But, no. Oh no! Oh no, there's someone here. Run away! No, we do not. Bye. Bye, person. I need to go up to the other. No, get up. Get up. Oh yeah, genius. That sounds to me more like it is. Yeah. So the big hit as a third hit is different to get used to, and the flow of it will definitely feel different. But you don't have to go for the third hit all the time either. The thing with Valor Lance is that it changes. You can only access the counter after a shield bash, and your shield bash becomes part of your combo, rather than something you would do never. So instead of saying, you know, poke, poke, triple poke, or poke, poke, counter, you'll have times where, you know, poke, poke, bash, and use the bash to loop things. And anticipate when you'll need to counter ahead of time so you can bash into the counter, and things like that. It's a very different feel for how Lance plays, but it's also a really interesting one. And getting Lance up into Valor mode doesn't take that long. Alright, we're gonna get a meal. Jungle ribs and western parsley. Okay. Just slowly working it up. No, I'm saying you could go striker because it would be closer to what you're thinking of. Because striker does not have the heavy poke that the other styles do, and it'll be closest to traditional Lance. Right, that was attack up. Anyways, attack up meal. Very nice to see. Also, you comment on finding a build with a level of guard. Did you not use guard skill in World at all? I'm curious about that, because people's use of the guard as an armor skill in World varied. Like, some people just like don't need it at all. Some was like, yeah, 3 is fine, and some would go all 5 or whatever. I learned my start with Lance was actually out of Lance, and then I learned other styles, and then the Lance experience the whole in other games after that. Yeah, so find something with guard 2. Guard up is, you know, situationally useful, so you don't necessarily need to build for that. And Valor can help, in the sense that you can just Valor stance the things that you can't block normally. I will admit, part of my encouragement towards Valor Lance is due to how rarely people play it. So, but I did enjoy the style, and I think it might be interesting for you as well. But getting people to play combos for weapons that are generally overlooked appeals to me, because there's a lot more to Monster Hunter games than just what is considered the most popular or most common way to do things. Alright, Rathian. We don't have to worry about wind press. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. Hey there, Quaz. Rathian's probably going to be up in 6. It's just normal Rathian hunt, right? Not a capture or anything? Yeah, just hunt Rathian, okay. Okay. Hello, Ravenous. Nice to see you here. Oh, I hate how wide you are, Rathian. We have to get rid of the Io Prey first. That's really important. Dang! Dang Io Prey. I hate the Io Prey in this area. Like, once you kill them, they're out of the way. But Rathian and Io Prey is kind of the worst. There was too much hit lag! I got stuck in place because I hit everything, and Greatsword has so much hit lag in this game. Good to go? Yeah, the hit lag on a one monster isn't bad. If you hit multiple, it's just like, well, I'm stuck here for 3 hours. Yep, I played everything in Rise, Genius. We did a thing where any uncleared quest I had to do, chat picked my weapon. I would open a vote, someone would win a raffle, and they would pick the weapon I had to do the quest with. So I don't play meta there at all. Like in anything. I don't play. I ignore metas in Monster Hunter as a whole, though. We did not do meta switch skills, we did not do meta gameplay, we just played how I thought was most comfortable for myself, or most relevant for me in a given situation. I tend to dislike and shy away from what people consider meta in games as a whole. The more unmeta something is, the more interested I am in experimenting with it. I use both of them. Sometimes I would use the charge one, sometimes I would use the guard one. It would just depend on how I felt at the time. I'm not one to necessarily lock myself into only using one kind of thing. Experimentation and trying different setups is fun. I think it's fine. I liked it. I thought Lance was fun in Rise. Oh man, no more wind press! This is amazing! I am so happy we made Diablos armor right now. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Thanks, Afro. We only just now got our first armor that has ever had wind resistance. So up till now, these 100 plus hours of Monster Hunter 1, we've had to deal with wind press being a huge thing. So this is a big improvement in quality of life. No, I was trying to hit the wing. Wind resistance, that's it. Just wind res. The first armor I'd seen that did not have more, that had more than one skill was Monoblow's armor. It had attack up large, negate stun, that doesn't work because I got stunned with it on anyways, and more hunger. Aside from that, everything we've had has had one armor skill, and that's it. Including this Diablo's armor. Oh my gosh, I love that I can ignore that. It feels so good. See, yeah, normally negate stun, it says have stun, and then it says negate stun. In this, it just says negate stun on Monoblow's armor, so you would expect it to actually negate the stuns, but it does not. Did I carve the tail? I don't think I did. Let's go back up. Did I? No, I didn't. I did not carve it. I'm really glad I carved it. Right, we're going somewhere else? No? Okay. I am very glad we went back for that. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all good. Go away, Bullfangos. Negate stun sometimes. Oh, right. That's helpful. No! Meanie. Dang it, I didn't think she was gonna land on me. Ow. Rip. Got IO prayed. Dancer. Always nice to see you. What are you up to tonight? Camera, please. Yeah, I was. Hello, Nene. Yeah. Oh, come on, that was not a tail. That wasn't a tail hitbox. I disagree. I was curious, have you ever played Factorio? Maybe answer. Is that a game that would fall within your interest at all? Because I've been playing it lately and it's like, wow, this is a time that I did not expect to have fun doing. I'm poisoned again, dang Iopray. I see you're here, yay, how are you doing? We got the Diablos armor. It had a good armor skill on it. You were a counter? Okay. If you say so. It has wind. It has negate wind on it. That's how I feel about this. Which is amazing. Yeah, I was stuck in a hit there. We like anti-wind. Dang, Iopray. We don't like Iopray though. That too. Like we'll still use Monoboss armor for the attack up. If it calls for it, if wind resistance is less important. But it's really nice to have wind press. No, this is Bullfango land. I dashed in there to make him go away, so they'd have to reset their positionings. Nope. Nope. Dang Bullfangos. Nope, I saw him there. It's really hard to see in the trees though. Okay. Hey there, Lance. Something I said hi yet. Ow. Ow. Rolls on greatsword. Pressing up is the overhead hit. Pressing left, probably right also, is the side sweep. And pressing back is the upward, the upswing. And, you know, R is block. And clicking in the stick gets you the kick. And that's it. Just 4 things. The slap, I want to say, was 4th gen, and for you specifically. Maybe 4, but definitely in 4U. I haven't actually played 4, so I don't know. I don't know what differences they had between 4 to 4 Ultimate. No, I rolled into the tailspin. My health is lower than I would like for this. That's okay though. Yeah, it was, the slap wasn't in, it was not in 3U. Like 99% sure of this. What, you're not sitting here? Okay. Probably going to sleep then. Is there, oh yeah, there's bugs. That's unfortunate, okay. I was gonna wait till she might have gone to sleep, but no. Not with bugs. Is the slap in for you? What am I thinking of then? Is it? Hello, okay. Yeah, it is a bit earlier stream today. Very good. Yes, we did. We're done with Mono Blows. We got the Mono Heart, we made our sword upgrade. We hunted some Diablos, made Diablos armor, which we're wearing now, which has anti-wind on it, and we're back in the hub again. Nope. Give me that back. Yes, the hero sword is, we do own the hero sword. That's what we use the Monoblos for. That's what we did the Monoblos heart for, was the hero sword. I'm not sure if I know of this corridor. I still don't know. Don't know. I know Metal Slug is a thing, but that's about it. Yeah, we've actually used Sword and Shield on streams where you're not here. We did some versus Kutku, we did some versus Monoblos before I started lancing Monoblos. I was actually going to try Sword and Shield on Plesioth and see how it felt. It's probably going to be terrible, but I was going to try it. Another Wyvern Marrow is good. I feel like this is going to be a thing we'll probably need a lot of. So, it's good that we got more of that. Okay. I'm definitely not very familiar with the arcade games as a whole, I think. Diablos, Scary Powder Stone, catch a Rathalos. Catch a Gypsaros. Bowgun on Plesioth, yes. All of the Plesioths we've taken down so far has only ever been with Bowgun. So. We have the Poison Battle Axe already, Cave later. Let's lance this. Great sword. I'm just thinking. We could great sword. Lance is really good for getting repeated tail hits though, and the tail is a good weak point. Yeah, let's try lance. Yes. As Ice-T says, yes please. It's so yes and no Quarks. Like when he's in the water, I don't really shoot him a ton. When he's in the water, I would shoot him with crag shots because they act as sonic bombs. to pop him out again. It was more so that Bowgun offers you a way to fight safer on land because you don't have to worry about his hip checks or him stepping on you unless he's leaving to go back in the water, or the tailspin. Like, a lot of his dangerous hitboxes are not as relevant with Bowgun. Not that one. Wait, hold on, we could try this. Gypsyros is weak to fire, I think. It's a lot less raw. Almost, quite a lot. Let's try the Fire Lance out. Alright, let's pull up our list. We have Meat Wagon and Octofest. Okay. Stamina. Alright, that is a stamina meal. Slowly building up our list here. We have antidotes on us. I am going to leave the Power Charm and Armor Charm at home. Just to be safe. Just in case Gypsyros decides to have fun with us. I don't know if he can steal them in first gen, but I wouldn't be surprised. You never this music. I never. Okay, alright, we're trying to capture the Gypsyros, right. Which means we might fail this as we're trying it, but we'll try not to. We do get a free trap tool. Like, they're saying, hey, you can make traps. But how? Who knows? We'll figure it out someday. There is too many Bofangos here. I think Gypsyros is like 4 or 9, so we're gonna go that way to find out. No. Not particularly. Alright, right back into 4. I hope that you didn't already have that song, because I forgot to change it. You know, as usual, forgetting things here. Okay. You recommended this to me, I see, just so you know. I hate Wolfangos. There's so many of them! No, enormous tail! So much knockback. That was a fast head break. Found a headlock. Kind of. It fell away. Oh, I wanted to stagger him again. Corridor? I know this. You don't have to tell me not to kill him, or that he's weak to fire. I wish he wasn't doing this move so much. Come here. There was no point even trying to fighting him when he was doing that. I wasn't banned for that, but like, as I said, you don't need to tell me information. I don't want you to tell me information. And this is also fairly basic information that if I didn't know after all this time in Monster Hunter, then there'd be other issues. I feel like. What's he doing? Alright. Go away. come back. You're gonna do your run, aren't you? Every time he flies into a new position, he starts doing this big run. Dang, there's so many praise. Get off me. I don't want to be attacking. Oh my gosh, there's so many praise. There's an abundance of prey. If I kill it, at least I'll know how fast we can kill it, is the thing. If I kill it, we'll know how fast. Very fast. That's the answer. Good to know. Alright, good to know. He dies really fast to fire. Like, really fast. Is there another one I can do? Nope. Alright. We'll do Viserios, I guess. We'll come back to that one. Viserios does have wind pressure, so when it jumps. So I think that's fine to be using. You could argue using SNS, but could you? Would we? I'm just thinking, like, say we have SNS. When he tail spins or hip checks, it's nice being able to block with this. And there might be more chip that comes through, but then Diablos and Monoblows didn't chip on this. I don't know. You know what? Let's give it a try. Let's see how it feels. This could be a terrible idea. Well, let's try. Also, we have to keep a trap. That's pretty cool. We have a backup trap now. Notes. Jungle ribs. Bum, bum, bum. That was out of order. Sweet mushroom. Okay. Very healthy. Attack increased. Also an attack up meal. Attack up meals are a lot more common to get in this room. which I am okay with. It's Visceral, so that means it's probably in the volcano. Yeah, volcano. Given that it is a volcano hunt and that we are low-ish, on minerals. Yeah, I mean, if I was doing it with Lance, there'd be no issue at all. With SNS, I have no idea, honestly. So it's more like we're gonna find out. Really? This is the first time we've not been at base camp. It just dropped us up here. I don't know. That's the first time this has happened. Interesting. Also, I need to plug my headset in. Wow, what a terrible mining node. Alright, emptied out. Fine. Also, yes, hello, BMJ. Any more? No? Okay. There's more Vespoids than normal in here, I think. Isn't there normally 3? Sorry, normally 2, and now there's 3. No! I thought he was doing the gas attack. That hurts so bad! That hurts so bad! Okay. What are you doing? I mean, that's one way to hit the rock. See, that's what I'm afraid of, getting stepped on. That's a problem with this hunt. Getting up close. You have to hit the belly, which is a lot easier with Lance than with SNS. Belly or feet? I disagree with that. There's a reason we Lance this hunt normally. It's just so hard to get in anywhere relevant. I'm trying to get in around the wings. You gotta stay away from that. Yeah, Viserios is like really hard to get in against. The Sword and Shield. That's a good opening. The hip check looks good. I was blocking. Come on. Like, anytime you want to attack with Sword and Shield, it's just, you're in danger of getting stepped on or bonking. This is why we should have done Lance. Every time I fight Mysterios with anything other than Lance, I was like, wow, we really should have Lanced this. Okay, I think we can maybe use that to hit the feet, the side hit. Yeah, I still got walked on, but you know. Yep. Bug armor has negate poison. Or at least Hornitar armor does. Really? That still hit me? This is quite a hunt. Yeah, Lance struggles when you're having to deal with potential hits from multiple sides, for sure. And that happens with small monsters especially, because it doesn't have much mobility to work with or good ways to hit in a wide area. Like if you're surrounded with Greatsword, at least you have the wide sweep. I mean, Sword and Shield is working. It's just a bit of a struggle. At least we have loads of sharpness for this, you know? At least there's that. At least we are out of sharpness. It's a lot easier to get rid of bugs in this hunt with Sword and Shield. I've noticed as well. Yeah, I'm not going in there. Getting stepped on is like just the biggest issue. Because if you're near his legs when he's moving, you're just gonna get hit. Yeah, you have to block the direction his roar is coming from, as if it was just like along one line, no matter where you are positioned on him. You have to block the direction it would be. I guess whichever way he's roaring, block the opposite direction of that. And then it'll just block no matter what. I don't know how long tonight will go, but at most it'll be 3 hours, more than this. Because at that point, a couple friend of mine are playing in a Dota Amateurs League thing. D2AL or something like that. And I want to watch. Hello, GFO. We are HR9 still, which is 3-star quests in the hub. We've done all of Village, including 3 urgents to stay there at the end of Village. I don't know if there's more urgents past that we haven't seen yet, but we're trying Viserios with Sword and Shield, which I feel like was a terrible idea. This is a monster you want to lance. Hey, look, nice little moss shot there. That's cool. This is a monster you almost, I've never, like Lance and I guess Bowgun are okay for Viserios in old Monster Hunter. And I guess Gun Lance, but Gun Lance isn't in this, so, you know. Cheat pizza? I thought you meant cheese pizza, but I don't know, maybe it is cheat pizza. Really? That hit me? How are you doing, GFO? I see. Stop the steppy. It really is. I know. Oh, okay. We're definitely lancing this next time we do Viserios. No question. I forgot the tail does that when he bites. Really hard to avoid getting stepped on. Like, I need to be close enough to hit him, but the step is just the danger. camera messed me up there. I forgot about the tail hitbox. Rip. Bugs got me instead. Really not much I could do about that. Well, we got the sharpness off, so... Yeah, that's a pretty common comment. People saying, hey, you're in yellow sharpness. Wrong one. Wrong direction. The camera made me not sure about what I was doing there. No! Yeah, I'm pretty sure blue isn't a thing in this. There's been no sight of it so far. It's just like, are you at max sharpness? Getting whittled down by the steps. Oh my gosh, bug, please. I just wanted to hit the bug. Hey, we finally got the chest break. I'm just getting whittled down by the bugs. This is very much looking like it's going to be a fail into the Lance fight. But hey, at least it's not infinite IO Prey. It could be infinite IO Prey. Hey, Jack. We are regretting playing Sword and Shield at the moment. Really? That stepped on me still? Really? I don't agree with that. That's not good. Now we're on like low health. Can't see anything. You could just reopen your browser, I see, and then use the history or reopen closed tabs function to pull back what you had. Because I know I've definitely closed browsers. Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. Yep. I want my lance. I can't go in case he does the tail whip. Just getting whittled down. We're getting plenty of knockdowns, but I can't do anything with that. Because it's just like gotta wait for him to stand up again before I can even attack him. Oh. Okay. Forgot how big the tail is. Yeah, so a great lesson on why Sword and Shield is not the right matchup for Viserios in this. Well, let's try the Gypsyros again. Let's try this Gypsyros. Now that I know how fast it can go down. I was like under 10 minutes with the Fire Lance. Now that I know how fast, we'll just do it with that. Alright, meat wagon. Meat wagon and sweet mushroom. Okay. Very healthy. Attack up. Alright. Alright, let's capture this guy and not kill him by accident. Yeah, Juriototos is definitely improved. I can agree with that. Okay. So we fought him in 5, 9, and 4? When we got to 9 and he left and arrived in 4. So we're going to... You don't think Camille's came out well? I don't know. I thought he worked out alright. I already liked Camille's though to begin with. He didn't care about my charge. I hate Bullfango. There we go. Now there's no Bullfango in here. Nope, I'm wrong. There's Bullfango in here. Where'd you come from? No! That hit me from so far away on the side! Oh my gosh. Stop doing that. I hate you, Gypsos. You always steal my barbecue spits. No, the tailspin came out so quick. Man, I love this new wind resistance. Feels real good. No! Getting chained. Okay. He's gonna be getting close now, I feel like. Yeah, so he went up to 5 before and we killed him there. So now we gotta slow down. I didn't bring the extra trap. I just gotta make sure I, like, poke him a bit, run away, get a feel for it. Like, I could just try to trap instantly, but I'm low enough health and I might die to the praise in the process. So, I'm not sure. I am not sure. Dang it, he really does. Alright, never mind. Okay, I didn't realize he was that close. If we get him to 5, he's probably just capturable. That's our lesson here. I thought he'd have more than that many hits in him. Alright. Hey, we got HR points though. That's cool. Yeah, so we failed that mission twice now from killing him too quickly. Too fast. Hey, we get another chance at it though. We'll bring the trap with us, have the whetstones. We don't need to bring anything on this. Except, I don't have a barbecue spit and you can't buy them online. So I can't get a barbecue spit until I go back and... Oh no, maybe you can buy it in the main shop? I don't know, I might have to go shopping elsewhere. We'll see. We'll see. Gotta lure the little thing go out. Wow, the canceling to that. That was unexpected. Can I move? No, he's moving over there because he has to get his position to run around. I thought I got all of Bullfingo. I really thought I had all of Bullfingo. There's our head break. I disagree with that. I wanted to get some hits in before I did this. That's all. Yeah, that's all. Instantly into this. Cool. Hello, Ness. Now he's leaving. I feel like we got a lot less hits in than we did on the other attempts, though, so I feel like he's not capturable yet. Wait, are you actually not leaving? Are you just moving? What are you doing? Where are you going? How did I whiff all of those? How did I actually whiff all of that? Okay, now he's leaving. See, I feel like I still need to hit him some more because we didn't hit him a ton. But I don't want to kill him by accident. I'll go for 4 head pokes. That should still be okay, I think. And then we'll try to capture. Or maybe just 4 pokes in general. 4 successful pokes. Okay. Now, not to die to everything else. Wait! I couldn't put the pitfall trap down in the marsh. Also, I died. But the pitfall trap was grayed out. Let's hold on here. Can I not put it down in the blue areas? Maybe? Maybe? Let's have a look. You can definitely put it down here. You just can't. You can't put pitfall traps down in the water. Wow, I actually have to wait for him to leave this zone and go to what I can trap in. You just can't put traps here. That's fun. There's so many preys on me. Go to a different zone, Gypseros. Okay, he's leaving, finally. I think. I thought he was leaving. No, he was leaving to reposition so he can leave from the same spot. Is what was happening here. No, this is more so, though, I see that you just can't put it down in water. It's a single zone. It's like more of like a certain zones. You're just not allowed to trap at all in this, apparently. I guess so, yeah, with water. Well, that's fun. Fire Psycho Serum. I forgot hitting him. Please be enough. Nope, not enough. You can't damage them. If you hit them, it breaks them out of Tranquilizer. So you can't try to get more damage in while they're asleep. Or while they're falling asleep. I didn't realize that until now. Okay. That is a third failure to catch Gypseros. And there's another one. Spooky first. At least we're getting a few tries at it. Alright. Hearty meal. More stamina. Okay. Yeah, probably. That sounds about right. I'm gonna bring the pitfall trap just in case, so we have a second attempt if we go back for the other one. Okay, I'm not buying another barbecue spit until we're done with Gypsy Rose. But at least I can buy one here. Attempt number 4 at Gypsy Rose. Hello, Komi. So we might want to try to capture in 4, and if it fails, we go back for the other trap. And try to whittle Gypsy Rose down a bit before we can't retry. I think Gypsy Rose arrives and leaves from the same spot. So if we can make note of where Gypsy Rose arrives at, we can plan for... There. Okay. Just trying to avoid this Gypsy Rose. No! Alright, shouldn't be that loud. Don't want to wake the partner up. Still, dang Bullfangos. Interfering with everything. Yeah. Heck. There we go. Dang, I dropped the headlock. I saw you standing on the air there for a moment. Wow. I really hate that. I guess I'm not going to get to try an extra pitfall trap now. I stole the pitfall trap. Yeah, there's one in the box. I had brought one. I was planning on using the one I brought, and if it didn't work, coming back for the one in the box. But instead, Gypstar was like, nah, we're just gonna steal it. I couldn't have left it. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know when it's capture ready, Gfo. That's the problem. We haven't seen him limp yet. We fight him, and then we kill him. Or we fight him, and then we try to capture him, and it's too late. Or too early. So we don't even know when cap ready is. Also, there's 5 Bullfangos in here. I hate Bullfangos. I died because he turned in place. Okay. Thankfully, Boldrum is not in this. Just trying to move. Bullfango? Bullfango, why? The tail reach. Okay, there's 2 carts. They can pork. We have 1 clip of a Vespoid killing a Dread King on one of my hunts. Just stung him out of the air. I feel like he's gonna be close, but it's hard to tell. Because he doesn't limp, he just goes dead. Maybe if I get him to faint, to play dead. Okay. I really regret everything. That hurts so much. Gotta be capturable now. You're playing dead multiple times. I'm really glad I didn't go in on that. No. Rip, he left. See, if I had had a second trap, we could be fine, but he stole it. I feel like that was probably the time for it, and he just decided... If I had put it a little farther to the right, we would have been fine, but I didn't know which way he was going to go. If he got up and moved, and I chose badly. But hey, I guess we have our trap back now. That's fine. It's continuing to give us offerings to keep trying, so at least there's that. At least we have that. Alright, jungle ribs. Horseshoe crab. Okay. Like in Monster Hunter 1 or in general? Like as in all the Monster Hunter I've played, you know what I mean? Because if we're talking all Monster Hunter we've streamed, okay, in this game. Rathian, maybe? Yeah, probably Rathian. And because before we had the greatsword for Rathian, Rathian was a wall. So yeah, Rathian would probably be the one that made us stop the most. This Gypseros, though, might be a contender for that. If we're talking Monster Hunter, just as all the ones we've played, though, probably Deadeye G5. Like, that just takes so many... Like, if I'm thinking of, like, the hardest thing I've done, or just most draining thing I've done, it's like, yeah, Deadeye. Deadeye G5. The quests I will never do again. It might be, or it definitely might be. There's one more in here somewhere. I think. No? Stop stealing my pitfall trap. Yes, yes it does. Too high, apparently. It's probably because I don't have a ton of things that count as items he can steal. I should probably bring more of them. So he has more options to steal from. But, like, he can definitely steal rations. It's more like when he hits you with a peck or whatever, or his head moves in general. It's a very high chance, it feels like, to randomly steal an item. And I've just been unlucky enough to get Pitfall Trap as the item stolen. Dang it, Wolfangos. That's 3. He's arriving. There's 4, there's 5. I hate Wolfangos. Thank you for— whoa, camera, please. Camera. No, I didn't back off in time. Okay. He's doing his run thing. Why is it keep the Pitfall Trap? Just keep stealing the Pitfall Trap. really hard to stop charging when you have no stamina. Or no sharpness, I mean. Well, we cleared out the Bullfango in advance. No, it's important to, Blinks. Because if you don't, you will die. It's just gonna happen. Okay. He stole our pitfall trap, so we gotta get another one. That's one. Be close. There's two. Don't hit me as you get up. Okay, let's hope he actually walks into this. I canceled him and now he's doing this. Thank you. What an awkward hunt that was to actually accomplish. Also, that's a very deep snore. Capturing is definitely a bit challenging in Monster Hunter 1. Hello, Hazardous. Understandable. However, charms do not exist in Monster Hunter 1. If you have a monster paintball, it makes their icon flash when they're capturable. I don't think I like that it's built in as default in 5th gen, personally. Some power extracts, some large bones, some rubbery hides, some stones. We have a lot of iron, apparently. What was this, then? Disc stones go here, that's what we're out of. That makes sense. Okay. Hello, Mega Radar. Diablos or Cephadrome? I feel like we've had a Cephadrome in every rank of the hub. Or we attempt Powder Stones. feel like the Powder Stone quest is going to be the worst one in HR3. Let's do Diablos. Did I eat already? I forgot. Looks like I did not. Jungle ribs. And snake salmon we haven't done yet. Okay. Stamina, okay. That's fine, we're not gonna hardcaster for this. Alright, Runaway Diablos. So, the more the Diablos we've been fighting, but stronger. I'm using the wrong lance for this, I just realized. I did not swap off fire lance. There we go. Sorry, I'm reading something someone sent me. Wow, I see. Wow, that's all I can really say to that. Wow, the luck there. Diablos. Still just takes 2 hits, that's good. Get rid of all the gen prey first. Man, not having to deal with wind press when he digs though, gonna be real nice. Dang, gen prey. It still hit me, huh? Why post 5th gen? We haven't had him in 5th gen to begin with. We have windproof on it, Comey. Diablos. The stuff we're wearing right now has windproof. Yeah. Bug? Why do you like this bug? Get over here. By which I mean, actually get over here. Bug? I want to get him stuck in the wall, but he's not a good angle for that. Need him like over here. And then we can go over here. And not get stuck in the wall anyways. Cool. I hate that you can do that. Worst move on Diablos and Monoblos. No. It just happens to be a Diablos quest in the hub that we're doing. I hate that move. Ah. So normally Diablos and Monoblos have a charge, right? They rear back and they charge forward. At any point in that charge, whether it's at the start or partway through, they can cancel the animation and go into a sliding lunge with no warning. So sometimes it'll happen instantly, and sometimes the roar starts to happen and then just snaps forward again. And it's really, really awkward. In this case, I would like to get to the end. You can laugh at my carding all you want, don't worry about it. I am not going to take offense at you being amused at my suffering. There we go. I didn't say that hazardous, it's just more like when I feel like I've reached the end of the game. Probably somewhere in HR 20, because that's the highest HR you can get to. At least that I'm aware of. That's where the HR list stops. I like Yoshi. I like Boar. And there you go. That's it. And I like that in Smash he's the only character that actually fully puts someone in their mouth for their grab. I did, yes. At least the horns came off nice and quick. Now I just want Diablos, to go to Area 10. Sorry, from Area 10 to 4-1. 4 is the ideal place to fight because there's no small monsters at all after you get rid of the Gen Prey. Oh no, wind press on the dig. I love it. I no longer have to care about getting out of the way properly on that. Like right there, it went for the lunge. You can see like I'm doing like a jump slide instead of the normal run. Like that too, you gotta be ready to block. Otherwise, that can happen. Wow, that was some whiffs. We want Diablos to do the run where they stop on me so I can get to the tail poke easier. That one. That's ideal. It is, but it's a more dynamic insta charge because you don't know when it's going to do the insta charge or how long you might have before the charge happens. Because sometimes it insta charges and sometimes it charges after a bit of windup with no other warning. Okay. Trying to get the tail off at the moment. Reduce the range at least a little bit. Just gotta find the right opportunities to go for the poke on the tail. Trying to play careful around the head. I missed. The tail slam to the side is really only a danger if you're on that side. If you're not, it's just kind of a free opening. It's so hard to avoid damage from that move. That's all we can really say here. Hey, slidey tail. Tail that slides. And leave. Okay, down to 1. Down to 1. I'm gonna need to paint him again. Nope, just tail. Ah, too far away. And down. Tail case sounded more unique, maybe? Dang bugs. Oh, that still hit me. I thought it was a safe decision there. No wind press. So much dig. Kinda wish I had sonic bombs, but you don't need them. Like I thought I did. I mean, he could be. Diablos could just be a shrimp subspecies. Or something. And back up to 4. Very good. A shrimp. That's why the tail. There's your tail, the sideways tail sound for you. That's what it's there for. That really hurt. Yeah, it really hurts. It just slams into you. It didn't send me anywhere, but wow, it hit hard. And dig. Trying to get the draw attack and not doing a good job of it. Cool. Going from an angle to avoid getting poked, or on the dig, hopefully. That's my thought process there, at least. Oh my gosh, just that I can ignore the wind. I'm still just enjoying that. It's such a big quality of life in change for these fights. not having to deal with that anymore. No. I put myself in a bad place. There was not enough time to get rid of the roar. This is fine though. That still hit me? I'm blocking this one. I'm gonna take the hit. Not enough time to get out of the way properly. Really? Those are whiffs. Those whiffed. Wasn't sure what was happening with that. Back to 1. Okay. Hopefully we'll be seeing a limp soon at this rate. Hopefully. Generally before the 20-minute mark. Like around 15-ish. 15, 17 minutes maybe. That's what I'm saying. I think, well, we might be getting close-ish. Good thing I blocked that. Bang bugs. Okay. Bugs, please. Really glad for the wind press right there. Ah, it was gonna happen eventually. It was gonna happen. A dig was gonna come down and kill me. Okay. Chair's so creaky. Wish it was less creaky. I might call it after this hunt, though. Four and a bit hours. And can do some other things and stuff. We'll see. Also, I'm hungry again. I'm just hungry again. Where are we at, Diablos? Trying to get to the underbelly. That is where the best damage comes from, I think. That's what I would expect. I knew that was a bad idea the moment I poked. That's bad. Oh good, you can block as you're getting up. That's good. That's good. There's the limb. That scared me. Knowing how strong that hits. Really scary. What's going on? I don't like all the walk on me. Just need to sharpen. Come on, sharpen faster. Right into the RAR. Okay. Back to 1. Not a fan of being back in 1. This is the Ogre Tusk? Yes. It's the Iopray lands. I think. I say I think because it uses a lot of Iopray hides and it has Iopray styling on it. Bugs? Yep. I was in a bad position there to hop out of the way of that. Really? Bugs? Get off of me. I was facing the wrong way as I got up. Couldn't block. Diablos is really strong. That's an unfortunate way to go down. Very unfortunate. Yeah, Diablos is really hard in this. Despite that being our best lance, that was over half an hour, and then we still got taken down. Well. It makes a pretty big difference, yes. Pretty big difference. I think tonight we'll drop in on a couple of my friends playing Slay the Spire because I decided so. Dang, that was rough though. I thought we might have it, but then at the end it just didn't quite make it. If you hadn't gone into Area 1 and where the bugs were, that might have been okay. But bugs were an issue. Anyways, yeah. I'll see you all next time we stream. Bye bye.